Yes, sir.
You mind doing a prayer tonight?
No, man.
Okay. Time is now 6 p.m. I call this meeting of the Smith County Emergency Services District Board of Commissioners to order at 6 p.m. and certify there is a quorum present. Commissioner Edwards is absent with an illness. Commissioner Thornton had an emergency at home. And so at this time, I would ask Commissioner Domney to lead us in a prayer and a pledge of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Our gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to gather this evening, Lord, and pray that you would be with us as we go through and conduct the business of the ESD. Also pray that you would be with those that are unable to attend, Lord, that you would place your healing hands on those that are ill and lift up those that are in need. Lord, we pray all these things in your Son's name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Right. Thank you. Would ask everyone to please silence your electronic equipment, cell phones, and whatever else. And let's see. 3 is recognition of guests and special presentations. Felicia Herndon's here with the Chamber, like whatever it is. I want to say Chamber of Commerce, but I know it's not. I'm sorry. At Tyler Economic Development Corporation. And we have some other people that are here. If y'all want to stand up and be recognized and introduce yourself, that would be fine. You guys, yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Anybody else? All right. All right. Item number 4 is public comment. Do we have anybody signed up for public comment?
Yes, there's 3.
3? Okay. Do we have the sheets or? Okay. All right. Each person will be allowed 3 minutes to say what you got to say. There'll be no action taken. So at this time, Brandon McIntyre from Bullard Fire Department.
I'm not with Bullard Fire Department. I'm here to speak about it.
Okay. Well, it says fire department on here.
I didn't understand. I mean, it said who you. I just thought it meant
Okay,
to
that's
talk
all right.
about who I
Go
was
ahead.
speaking about. Again, I'm Brandon McIntyre. I'm a resident of Bullard, or actually, I live barely outside the city limits, just to the north, not much. I'm a local realtor, and I help a lot of people move to the area, especially Bullard, because I live there. That's where I do most of my work. When I'm helping a client, and it never fails, when we're talking about Bullard, taxes always come up every single time, because taxes are kind of high in Bullard. So I will send them a screenshot of the appraisal district tax information on whatever particular house they're looking at. And they always ask me, what is this ESD that I see we're paying taxes for? So I tell them what it is, and I know what the ESD is, but I don't know a lot about the ESD. I know it's the fire department and emergency service district. But I don't really know what those taxes are for. So I started to do a little research on it. And I understand that it is used to hire professional firemen, equipment, buildings, things along those lines. Well, when I was doing this research, I found out that Bullard is not a 24-hour staffed fire department. That concerned me a little bit. I want to learn a little more about it. So, you know, just being around town, I would run into firemen and I would ask them about it. And sure enough, it's not staffed 24 hours. I think they work from, I don't know, 7A to 7P or 8A to 8P, something along those lines. But but at night, there's nobody there. But they did tell me there's volunteer firemen there. But, you know, they're volunteers, so they're not always there. And so I asked questions, well, what's the difference between a volunteer fireman and somebody who works full-time for the ESD? And a lot of it is basically employment and even certificates if they're actually certified firemen or certified in medical services, whatever the requirements for a fireman are. And I found out that a lot of these volunteers are not. And thank God for the volunteers, because the way it looks at 2 o'clock in the morning, if my house catches on fire, at least somebody's coming, you know. So I'm glad the volunteers are there. And so I still haven't got a good answer from anybody of why is Bullard not staffed 24 hours a day with actual certified professional firefighters. I did find out that White House is. I did find out that Flint is. I did find out that Palestine is, but I don't know. Does that mean I have 7 seconds left?
Yeah, that's your time.
Oh, okay. Anyways, basically, I think we need to get fully staffed at Bullard. I mean, I don't feel safe knowing that if my house catches on fire in the middle of the night that it's probably going to burn down. If volunteers are there, how long does their response time take? Does it take them,
Okay.
you know, by the time 911 gets a phone call and it's dispatched to the volunteer and they get paged or whatever they do, it's going to take them 5-10 minutes to get to the police department or to the fire department. By the time they get to me, it's maybe 20-30 minutes. So that's my biggest concern. It was kind of alarming to find out that in the middle of the night, there might not be anybody coming. So,
All right. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks.
McIntyre. Sean Hayes.
My name's Sean Hayes. I am a current resident in Bullard. And I'm essentially just mirroring what Brandon McIntyre says. I do have a lot of experience in first responder. I come from the fire background, volunteered and worked for the ESD for a while as well. It is a concern of mine because I do know that there is a huge difference between the career and the volunteer side for certification, experience, knowledge, and what can and cannot be done. And it is a concern knowing that there may or may not be anybody at the station to respond to my family and our emergency needs when my tax dollars are paying for it. I do understand that somebody is coming. Where they're coming from, it might take a minute to get there. I do know that response times are very important as well. Flint is just around the corner, but it may take them 10 or 15 minutes to get there due to the lag and 911 call, take, tone out, and all the other stuff. So again, just a concern. I do understand how the ESD works and paid staffing and all that other stuff, but I do believe that Bullard, with the call volume that they do have, they should be a paid, fully staffed department. And the volunteers should be a support staff alongside them. So it is my belief that they should be 24/7. That's it.
All right, thank you. Horton Munsinger, or Houston Munsinger, I'm sorry.
Hello, like I said, I'm Houston Munsinger. I'm a resident of Bullard. I live inside the city, and I'm here to mirror off Brandon McIntyre also. I do believe that the city of Bullard should be a 24-hour, 7 days a week staff fire department, just like Flint, Gresham, Noonday, White House, any other smaller city department that's inside the ESD. And that's what I'm here for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Item number 5, consent agenda. On mine it says consent agenda. It should be approval of the minutes, but on here it's not, didn't change. Or mine it's not, I don't know why.
Yeah.
Wait a minute,
Yeah, wait.
hang on. All right, excuse me. All right, approval of the minutes, receive, discuss, and take any necessary action relating to the following reports. Board of Commissioners meeting January 24th, 2024.
And I've reviewed those minutes, and any of the comments that I made have been incorporated, and I would make the motion that we would approve the Board of Commissioner minutes from June 24th, 2024.
Okay, have a motion by Commissioner Donnelly, we approve the Board of Commissioners minutes from January 24th of 2024. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any other discussion or question? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay, and that motion carries. Item 6 is consent agenda. Discuss, consider, and take necessary action related to payment of accounts, bills, invoices, payroll requests for reimbursement of requests for other payments, transfer of funds, and amendments. So, under 6.1 is our bills in the amount of $1,845,991.96.
I don't have any comment.
Need a motion to approve those payments? You make a motion?
Yeah, I make the motion that we pay our bills in the amount of $1,845,991.96.
Have a motion by Commissioner Donnelly to pay our bills in the amount of $1,845,991.96. Have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Wilson. Is there any other question or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay, and that motion carries. 6.2 is our district credit cards, and that amount is $6,797.20. I'll entertain a motion for that.
I'll make the motion to pay the $6,797.20.
Have a motion by Commissioner Wilson, we pay our credit card bills in the amount of $6,797.20. Do I have a second?
Dominic, I'm writing my name, yes, second.
Okay.
Sorry. Yes, that was the second.
Yeah, okay. Have a second by Commissioner Domney. Is there any other question or discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay, and that motion carries. 6.3 is our contract payments. And the amount of $75,232.72.
Make the motion, we approve our contract payments in the amount of $75,232.72.
A motion by Commissioner Donnelly to pay our contractual payments in the amount of $75,232.72. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any other question or discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay, and that motion carries. 6.4, for board information only, no action is required, is our benefit payments, which are our Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas in the amount of $96,012.26, and our dental and vision for our career staff at $8,005.64. Does anybody need to speak on that, or?
It falls within the bracket that we gave pre-approval to, so no questions.
Okay. All right. Executive Director's report.
And as before, I will not get into the details since you have the written report in front of you. I will highlight a few major points that I think deserves mentioning, and first one is that the period during which you can file for being on the ballot for the upcoming election has started, and we have the application forms and any necessary paperwork at the office, so feel free to come in at any time during normal business hours, and we will handle that. Second point here is that we have just started a new recruitment cycle in operations for further hires of the open positions we have, and anyone interested should apply. We are making progress on the budget. The workshop is in 2 weeks, and it's a little tougher this year with all indications are that sales tax growth is very slow, if at all in existence. So we are going to have to do some tough choices, and we're making good progress on that. So as I mentioned, the sales tax is a challenge. The most recent month, We saw a negative development compared to the same month the previous year of about 1.9%. And right now we're hoping to be lucky to end up at a plus minus zero compared to the previous year for this year when it's fully completed. If you recall, at the current budget, we had extraordinary transfers as well as ordinary transfers from the operating budget over to the new capital budgets. The extraordinary transfers represented and reflected those amounts that the board has designated as reserves for real property and for apparatus, etc. And those transfers have now been completed, so the funds are sitting in the correct fund for that particular capital expenditure. Lastly, I would like to express my gratitude to the Federal Reserve for assisting us in enhancing our investment returns. They are most likely going to help us a lot to offset the reduction we've seen in the sales tax. So that's all I have, unless you have any questions.
Have any questions, Brent?
No.
George? Okay. All right. Thank you. 7.2, discuss, consider, and take any action on the Tyler Economic Development Council's request for appointing a Smith County ESD2 representative to the Smith County Reinvestment Zone Number 1 Tax Increment Financing Board. Ms. Herndon, are you going to speak on that, or do we just need to, maybe you can tell us a little bit about it, give us some more information?
In December, Smith County Commissioners created the Smith County Reinvestment Zone Number 1 for tax increment financing. The boundaries of that zone, there's about 820 acres, but the boundaries of that zone includes property that TDC owns to create an industrial park. And tax increment financing is an economic development tool that can be used to pay for infrastructure projects within a zone. One of the steps after creating the zone is to create a board of directors. And so each taxing entity within the boundaries of that zone can have a representative on the board. And since ESD number 2 is a taxing entity within that zone, we're requesting that the Board of Commissioners appoint someone to represent on that zone. And the representation on that board comes at whether or not the taxing entity agrees to participate in the zone or not. You have the right to have representation on the board per the TIF statute, or tax increment financing of the Texas Tax Code, Chapter 311. And so that's what we're requesting.
Okay. So we can either appoint a board member to it, or we can appoint one of our administrative staff to the board.
Okay.
My plate's full.
Mine too.
Y'all don't look for me to raise my hand then, so I'm going to make the motion that Smith County Emergency District Number 2 appoint Eric Edstrom as the Reinvestment Zone Taxing Increment Financing Board member representing Smith County ESD2.
Okay, have a motion by Commissioner Domney to appoint Eric Edstrom as our representative to the Reinvestment Zone Number 1. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any other question or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. And there you go, Eric. You got more to do now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Ms.
I guess this is a paid position, right?
It is not.
Welcome to the club.
That's right.
All right. 7.3 is discuss, consider, and take any action on the VFD financial statement compilation master engagement with Squires Company at an estimated cost not to exceed $5,280. So,
This is what we've been talking about a few months now, and we took in a couple of proposals, and the winning proposal is the one presented by Squires and Company. And I'm simply asking for the board approval to accept this engagement proposal and authorizing myself to sign any necessary documents so we can get going with this.
okay.
So this is the service that we're going to pay for that would assist our VFDs in completing their financial statement.
Correct. It's, rather than having each one do their own and appoint their own CPA firm, we simply do one master agreement with one CPA firm, and
Everybody's
some
pretty
economies
used.
of scale, and they'll go out and handle it for us and on behalf of the VFD.
Yeah, okay. I'll make the motion that we would complete the agreement between ourselves and Squires in the amount of $5,280 and authorize our executive director to sign the necessary documentation.
Okay, have a motion by Commissioner Dominy to engage Squires and Company to do the audits for the volunteer fire departments at a cost not to exceed $5,280 and authorize the executive director to sign all related documents. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Wilson. Is there any other question or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay, and that motion carries. 7.4, investment portfolio report for Smith County ESD2. I looked it over, it looked fine, but if anybody would like to speak on it, you're Commissioner Dominy, either one, because
Yeah,
y'all
but
do the investment.
there's no approval necessary, just for
Right.
your review, and I can tell you that both myself and Mr. Dominy, as the investment officers, we have reviewed this independently of each other and verified that the numbers that you see in the report are correct.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I looked over them myself, they looked real good, so, anyway. All right, item number 8, fiscal year 2023 financial audit report and associated documents. Discuss, consider, and take any necessary action related to the presentation of the annual Smith County ESD2 audit for fiscal year 2023. Squires and Company will present the audit, so, there you go. Go ahead.
Good evening. Name is Aaron. I'm from Squires. So I'll be presenting the financial audit for the ESD. This is for fiscal year end September 30th, 2023. So everybody should have this packet in front of them. And so I want to thank Mr. Keith for all of his hard work. This year was a bit more challenging. There was a lot more time spent on the audit. There was a change in accounting software. So that meant like all the accounting information that was coming in, all the accounting data was different. So we had to like splice some of these spreadsheets together from the one accounting software with the previous accounting software. So I really do appreciate Keith's help. So I think the previous years I spent maybe just a little bit more time with the numbers. So this year I'm still going to hit some numbers. I'm going to hit some financial statements, but I'm going to kind of go over the table of contents with you and just kind of explain some of the different parts of the audit report. So pretty much turn over to the first page, there is a table of contents. So I'm just going to kind of talk through this real fast. So there's like the page I that's listed, I know that's funny. This is the Board of Commissioners, it just lists the Board of Commissioners. And then the next section over, the auditor's report. This is basically like a report letter, belongs to the audit, accounting firm. It gives our opinion on the financial statements. So the next section over, and I'm going to go and I'll talk about the audit opinion in a second, so you don't have to turn there. So the next section is a required supplemental information. This is the management's discussion analysis. This section actually belongs to the ESD. I check all the numbers, make sure the numbers match to the financial statements. This is the only section in the report that actually compares the 2023 numbers to the 2022 numbers. So the next section is the basic financial statements. So the ESD is a governmental entity. So the governmental standards require that there's two different sets of financial statements. And I know that might sound confusing. So there's one set that we call the government-wide financials. So the government-wide financials includes everything, includes all the long-term items, includes the capital assets and the long-term debt. And then the next set of financials is what we call the fund financials. This is actually on what we call the modified accrual. This is basically cash in, cash out. It also includes short-term liabilities and short-term receivables. So they did it this way on purpose because the fund financials kind of aligns more, making it easier to budget things because it's mainly cash in and cash out. So within the fund financials, there's a couple reconciliations that takes you from the fund financials to the government-wide financials. So I'm going to go over two of the financials later. So below that is the notes to the financial statements. This is like 20 pages long. Is going to talk about significant accounting policies. Is going to talk about some of the numbers in the financial statements in more detail. And then there's some required footnotes that we have. And then the next section is again, required supplemental information. This section is unaudited. So the first one listed there is kind of the budget. It's you guys' budget with the actual numbers, and then it has the variance. And I can tell by looking at that information that the board has been paying attention to the budget and keeping track of it. The next three items listed there, this is the easiest part of the report. So all this information is pension related, and this information comes directly from the TCDRS. So that's actually the easiest part of this report, pages 45 to 47. So the next section is other supplemental information. So there is a schedule of expenditures. It just kind of lists out the expenditures in more detail, is all what that is. And that the total there will agree to the financial statements. And then that last page is the ad valorem tax data. This is a schedule of property tax receivable broken out by the tax years. So if you want to turn to page 1, so page 1 actually doesn't have a page number because it's on our letterhead. So page 1 is going to be the independent auditor's report. So that first section under opinions, that second paragraph, it says, in our opinion, the company financial statements present fairly in all material respects. So that's the exact language that you want to see. So that's the best opinion that we can give. So if you want to turn to page 11, I feel like I'm talking fast. I'll try to slow down. So on page 11, this is the same in net position. This acts like a balance sheet, basically. This is a government-wide, so it includes the capital assets and includes the long-term debt. So the total assets for the ESD is $42.3 million, and then the total liabilities is about $6.3 million. And so that kind of gives the ESD a net position, the last number there, of about $36.9 million. So if you want to turn to page 14, so 14 is the balance sheet for the fund financials, the other set of financials. And this does not include the capital assets. It does not include the long-term debt. So I'm not going to go over the numbers on it. I just wanted to point out that there is specific cash items at the end of 2023 that are designated for specific purposes. And so I believe that in 2024, that the ESD is creating capital project funds. So some of that cash is going to be transferred to the capital project funds. And so at the end of September 30, 2023, you guys have one fund. That's it. It's called the general fund. So next year, there'll be additional columns slotted in there that is for the capital projects. So if you want to turn to page 16. So page 16 is the statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance. So this is kind of like the income statement for the fund financials. These numbers align more with how you guys budget. So that the total revenues for the ESD is 23.5 million. Total expenditures is 16.9 million. And that number right above the total expenditures, that's a capital outlay amount of 2.2 million. And this is amount that is for items that is being capitalized, that is added to your fixed asset schedule. All these items, except for land and construction progress, all these items are going to be depreciated and amortized. And the next section, other financing sources, there's something there, SBITA. I'll call it SBITA for short. I'm going to talk more about this later. That I'm just going to point out that 224,000, it pops up other times in the report. That number right there is not actually cash. So there is actually a corresponding amount in the capital outlay also for 224,000, and they net each other out right there on the financials. I know that might sound confusing. So the net change in the fund balance for the year is 6.8 million. And if you want to turn to page, I think it's 25. So this is part of the significant accounting policies on page 25. It says Q, change in accounting policies. So there was a new accounting pronouncement that came out called GASB 96, and it is subscription-based information technology arrangements. So I call that SBITA for short. Basically, it is all the online subscriptions or software leases that you guys have, which I believe there's one really, which kind of is the accounting software, which involves some different parts to it. So some of them being kind of capitalized at different time periods. But basically, everything over a year is supposed to get capitalized, and then there is a corresponding liability that's also created, and they both kind of zero each other out, basically. So the reason why they implemented this, it's kind of on the same lines as if you guys went to a bank, borrowed money to go buy a truck. Like you would capitalize the truck, and then you would have a corresponding liability, and as you pay the thing off, and as the truck depreciates, sooner or later, they both wind up to be zero. So if you want to see page 28, you can go to page 28. So this is a footnote on the capital assets. So it just kind of has more information than just the numbers provided in the financial statements. We're required to show the beginning balance for the year in those different categories, and then show the increases, the disposals, and transfers. And transfers is just the amount of construction progress that's got completed and now it's being capitalized. So that just gives you the ending balance. And so last year, we had right to use lease assets, which is new, and it works the same way as the SBITA. So the SBITA got added on there this year, and that's at the bottom. It shows the total increases to the SBITA asset of 224,000, and then it has some amortization to it for the year, and the net is 152,000. So if you guys want to turn over to page 29, the next page over. So if you want to look at the footnote 5, long-term liabilities, this footnote is actually several pages long. It kind of goes into more detail, breaking out the notes payable, the leases, and the subida. But the table right there on that page just pretty much summarizes everything for you guys. And it shows the beginning balance, it shows what's being added for the year, what's being reduced, and it has the ending balance. For example, there, the compensated absences, that's basically the vacation and sick pay liability. And so the additions amounts is just all the hours that the employees are being accruing, and then the reduction is just all the hours that's being used during the year. And you can see there the subida that's listed there. You can see the additions is 224,000, and it has the ending balance of 152,000, and that matches the amount that's on the previous footnote, the capital assets. So that is it for the report itself. At the very back of the report, there is 3 letters. So looking at the 3 letters, so the first letter is just a letter from the accounting firm to the board. And it's what we call the internal control letter. It's mostly generic language. The items listed there are common. You guys can read that on your own. The second letter, so the second letter is what we call the communication letter to the board. It's stapled, it's quite a few pages. So I'm just going to hit a couple of highlights on the second page of it. So on the second page, so most of this is generic language, but on the second page, it does mention significant accounting policies, talks about where it's at in the footnotes, and again, it mentions the subida being implemented, and then it talks about some significant accounting estimates that's used within the audit. And those estimates lies for depreciation, and then there is a allowance for uncollectible property taxes, and then there is amounts for pension amounts that is mostly from the TCDRS. And then that last sheet of paper is actually the next thing that's on the agenda is the performance audit. Do you guys want to vote to accept the audit report first before I
Go to the
talk
next
about that?
one.
Okay. Do you guys have any questions over anything relating to the audit report?
No, thankfully, I keep up with it along the year, so.
Okay.
Can you just clarify and state that the opinion that you issued is a clean opinion, not subject to any?
Yeah, the opinion that is on page 1 is a clean opinion. Yeah, it's a clean opinion. That's the best opinion that we can give any entity. Yes.
So, good job, you two gentlemen.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you. All right. Anybody have any other questions? Okay.
Nope.
Then I would entertain a motion that we would accept the annual audit as presented by Squires and Company, fiscal year 2023.
So made, and that we'd also approve the executive director, senior accountant, and board treasurer to sign those reports.
Okay. Have a motion by Commissioner Dominy, we accept the fiscal year 2023 audit as presented by Squires and Company, and authorize the executive director, senior accountant, and the board treasurer to sign those reports as received. Have a second. Have a second by Commissioner Wilson. Any other question or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay, and that motion carries. So, that covered 8 and 9, didn't it?
No, it just covers
No.
8.
Just 8. 9,
so
discuss,
9.
consider, and take any necessary action related to the presentation of the performance audit investment policy for the annual fiscal 2023 audit. Okay? It's on the investment policy. So, yep.
You get, right?
Yep,
Yes,
that's
yes.
him. Yep.
Yeah, so that last sheet of paper tucked in there should be the performance audit on the investment policy. So within the investment policy, also includes the agreed upon procedures on the investment report that I did last year. So the performance audit, it has me going through all the different items on the investment policy, like items 2 through 15, which includes the work required to do the agreed upon procedures on investment report. So the way this works, the performance audit is very similar to what we call agreed upon procedures. So I'm just looking at the steps in the investment policy and seeing if the ESD is following that policy to the letter. And if not, then we just put in there an exception that we found. That's basically what this is. We're not really giving an opinion on anything. And so going through the investment policy, we found no exceptions whatsoever, except for it's just the same exception that is just carried over from the agreed upon procedures, and that exception is on the last page, item 11. And we kind of summarized all that. That was quite a few procedures being carried over from the agreed upon procedures. But it just mentions about the days of maturity on the investment report was different from the research we found, which Fidelity may or may not have updated some amounts they had. So it just has to do with days of maturity being different. That's it.
But the net result is the same.
Correct.
In the end, it's just a matter of how they compilate on 28, 29 days. Which is, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's not a material finding, right?
Okay.
Okay, I'll make the motion that the annual performance audit investment policy be approved, and board treasurer and executive director be authorized to sign the management representation letter.
Have a motion by Commissioner Dominy that we approve the performance audit on the investment policy, and that the executive director and board treasurer be allowed to sign those documents. I have a second. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any other question or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay, and that motion carries.
Thank you. Appreciate it, sir.
Thank you. Item 10, financial reports. Mr. Keith?
Thanks. So I've included quite a few financial reports, but I was going to look specifically at the June 2024 budget to actual. So we're in June, 9 months through the year, so we should be right at about 75% for the year, hopefully. Our ad valorem tax, we should meet our budgeted revenues for ad valorem. As Eric alluded to before, the sales tax revenue is disappointing. And our hope before the end of the fiscal year is to come back to the board and present a budget amendment where we actually decrease revenues and then we also decrease the expenditures. And I think the plan is to decrease the transfers right now. That's the goal before the end of the fiscal year. Our personnel cost right now are budgeted in total at about $13.7 million, and we've utilized $10.7 million. So our budget's tight here, but if we include the TIF-MOS reimbursements for the year, and those TIF-MOS reimbursements are often very late behind when the actual expenses incurred. But if we weave in those TIF-MOS reimbursements, we should be okay with personnel cost. And what I mean okay is what we've budgeted and what we spent by the end of the year, we should be fine as far as personnel cost. And that is obviously the biggest segment or the biggest part of our total expenditures. So looking at administration right beneath there, contractual, legal, and professional. So again, we're 9 months into the year. We should be around 75% utilized. We're currently at 66%. administrative operating expenses. It looks like there's some significant balances here, but there's really not, because we have principal payments and interest payments usually on the last month of the fiscal year. And once we make those payments, we should have, our administrative operating expenses should be 100% utilized. For our capital purchases, our capital electronic equipment, we're right at 65% utilized of the budget for this year. And I'm told by IT they hope to utilize 100% of the budget. Under operations, under fire administration, our total expenditures are right at 60% of our total budget of $697,000. We have a pretty big surplus up in shift and paper call stipends, $175,000. Not really sure what's going to happen through the rest of the year, but my understanding is that's a little different model this year, and so may not incur the expenses that we historically have. Fire operations, under total, we got $1.2 million budgeted. If you add what's been expensed and what we've encumbered, we're exactly at 75% utilized. That aligns to how we should be at this time of the year. Under training operations, we've utilized 81% of the total budget of $214,000. So we should be in good shape for training operations. Moving on down the page, or just operations in total. $2.2 million budgeted. We've utilized, with encumbrances and actual expenses, approximately $1.6 million. We're right at 71% of the budget utilized. Looking at facilities, support services, budgeted $681,000 approximately for facilities. If you add encumbrances and actuals, we've utilized 63% of that budget. Under fleet, I think Larry had mentioned before in previous meetings that that's a challenge for their area, that they expect to have cost overruns right now. Expenses and encumbrances combined exceed the budget by almost $300,000. Information technology, we've utilized 80% of the budget, or allocated budget. Looking at logistics, we've utilized about 75% right on target for the year. Total expenses, we've budgeted for the year $24.7 million. Encumbrances and actuals combined, we have utilized 65% of the expenses, or the budgeted expenses. So again, the goal was to bring back a budget amendment before the end of the year where we're going to reduce expenses. We've got some surplus. And then again, I think Eric had alluded to potentially reducing some of the transfers. And once we make those adjustments, this will shape up a lot better. Are there any questions about some of the other financial reports that we had?
Oh, Keith, I know that we're heavy into looking at the 24-25 budget year. And I know that you've got to be feeding information to all our different departments on performance this year and trying to make some educated guesses for next year, right? So as we go into some of our workshops, if you would just be prepared to kind of talk a little bit about some of those things that we may be adjusting, not only in the way that we've recognized cost, and I'll use the fleet as an example. What type of adjustments are we making there to try to actually get our balanced budget, and not just at the top, at the bottom, but at a line item basis as well, to kind of help us manage that a little bit better. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Good.
Item number 11 is
So,
Director of Human.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna back up and just
Okay.
read. I know that y'all will recognize briefly for the for the audit reports, but I want to take the opportunity to congratulate you Keith, both of you, the whole organization. I mean, it's rare to have a audit report that comes out with no findings.
Right.
And so it's an exceptional job. Well done. We appreciate it. And so it sets a high bar for next year as well.
Director of Human Resources report, Sherry's excused due to medical. And 12, Community Outreach Coordinator, Nikki?
Well, good evening. So if you guys remember, this time last month, we were all kind of running out of the building because we had a fire in the noonday area that caught a lot of attention because it was the Blue Store, which is a pretty significant building over in that area. So I don't know if you caught our social media or any of those news stories on that, but the guys got there quickly. I think they were out the door well under 60 seconds and took care of that building, kept it contained, and there were no injuries. So that was great news. But of course, as the month continued, we saw what we thought were going to be a significant amount of wrecks, only to see a great deal of fires. And then, of course, we hit the holidays with 4th of July, which saw some pretty significant events. In addition to that, and all of our media coverage that we've been keeping up with as far as fire safety prevention, firework prevention, you know, the cases that involve water throughout the summer, wildfires. We had a lot of our individuals down at Texas A&M teaching, serving as instructors for the TEACS Fire and Emergency Management School, which is a huge thing for us. They represented us well, so we're excited about that. The guys have been out and about with their officers, visiting schools within Smith County, preparing for the upcoming school year, making sure that everyone is well versed on emergency exits, the floor plans, any strategies that need to take place, new obstacles, you know, new buildings come with new materials that are being used. Elevator keys are a big thing, so we've got to have access to all of those. So just coordinating those efforts with those individuals, making sure that we're on top of it, which the community has really responded well to, and I think they appreciate the efforts, and of course, us collaborating with those individuals. Of course, we're continuing our professional standard requirements as we're out and about in the community. On top of that, we're going to be looking at, I know we've got some hiring coming up, some volunteers that we've got to focus on as far as maybe getting in some extra individuals to spend time within their community serving. If you look at some of the statistics that I've shown you as far as our engagement on social media, what I think you'll find interesting if you've been paying attention to what's been going on in the last 24 hours with us is, again, this time last month, we had a call where a car decided to get around the safety cones as the guys were actively working a wreck. Only for last night, unfortunately, one of our firefighters to be hit by a truck as he was working a wreck. And right now, that video is up to more than 107,000 plays. So we've got a lot of eyes on that, people watching us and supporting us. So, you know, the community, despite some of the incidents that we've been involved in, is really responding to making sure that our firemen are taken care of.
Great. Thanks for the addition on the report, but I will say that you got to remember I'm plus 60, so it's a little small. I'm okay if you use 2 pieces of paper.
I'm trying to keep it condensed without concern. If you guys are okay with more pages, then I'll
If you don't mind, just a little bit bigger. Yeah.
But what I'll say is, as far as our engagement on social media, we're getting a lot of great responses. Our numbers are continuing to grow, and one of the things that I've emphasized in the last several meetings, and you know, online you can scrunch those numbers up and get them bigger, but really it's our training. When the community sees us training, they have just really responded well to that, been all about that, and I think, again, that's just a testament to knowing that whoever is coming, they're expecting well-trained, aggressive, smart, tactically smart emergency responders, and that's what I think they appreciate the most.
Great.
That's my opinion.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. 12.2 is discuss, consider taking action on purchasing promotional items for public events. Are you going to speak on that?
Yes, that's me. So the items that I'm requesting are just some promotional items that the guys have asked that they are able to keep on the fire truck. So as we go into more of these community events, especially as we're getting ready to go into the next school year, we're talking about personalized Smith County ESD2 fire sticker badges, helmets, things that they can give away at those events. We're going to go into Fire Safety Prevention Month. What you'll notice about the differences in the items that I'm asking for is using a local company that we've used for some other projects, Proforma. They've delivered some great products for us, and they've done it in a timely manner in comparison to maybe some larger organizations who can't necessarily deliver the items on a more more efficient timeline or even personalized. We want people to know who's coming into these communities, into these events that are taking place, into the school districts, that it's Smith County ESD2. So that's why I'm asking for those items from pro forma.
We have a budget for
Yeah.
those? Okay.
Yeah, it is under the funding request.
Okay.
So I make the motion that we purchase promotional products from Performa at a cost of $2,674.76.
A motion by Commissioner Domney that we purchase the promotional items for giveaways at public events. I have a second. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any other question or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay, and that motion carries. Thank you. Support Services Board Report, Larry.
Commissioners, I'm going to try to keep my report short so we can move on. You do have my report in front of you, and I'll just highlight a couple of areas. The RFP for Jamestown is pretty much ready to go. We're waiting for the final review that the commissioners will be presented with the final contract proposal. Once that final review is complete, we'll get it on the agenda for final approval so we can get that posted. A lot of staff time is going towards the development of the 24-25 fiscal year budget, and lots of headway has been made on that, and we'll be wrapping that up here in the next week or so. The new buildings are complete at admin. We're just waiting on the electricity to be connected at this point. The storms have delayed getting that project completed. We're just waiting for the new transformer to be set and the meter to be installed. That project will be completed, and we'll present you with the final budget information. But we are, although delayed only by the electric being connected, we are under budget at this time.
Great.
The groundbreaking has happened, and the form work is in for the new facility or the new building at the fleet maintenance facility. In addition to that, we've received the keys last week to the new pier and beam house on the new facility behind fleet. So that deal is closed and finalized. And lastly, I'll call out that I've added a couple of new fleet matrix reports to the fleet report, which really shows, it's on the last page, really shows how much drive time, how much time our guys are spending behind the wheel, the top apparatus by mileage, and the overall fleet mileage by month, so you can start to see a trend out. Other than that, I'll be open to any questions.
We've talked about this before, and we still have a category called Other under open work orders, which is like 34%.
Which report? Is that?
Fleet maintenance.
That is fleet. So those are old. I've debated on whether I want to start closing those. We're still trying to categorize all of those as they come up. So what we're trying to do is as they're coming in, they're getting grouped. So we might end up with 3 or 4 work orders that somebody submits that has multiple different types. And then once they're actually worked on, we have to split those out to actually account for what they are. Okay. So that's just how they're getting submitted, and then it takes us a while to be able to close those out. So you'll see those standing on there.
I understand now that why you see the
it
high
took me
number.
a while to figure it out.
Why we have such a high number of other.
Yes, it's just how they're actually getting submitted to us.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Larry.
Yes, sir.
The Dixie Drive, the repair up at Dixie 2, what happened up there? Is it due from all the rains, or?
Yes, I believe so. You saw that comment that we have the engineering firm scheduled to come out and provide an estimate to get the engineering side of it complete. But yes, they actually have a large slab of concrete that's in front of the base. Mm-hmm. Not the entire driveway is concrete, but a
just
pull
right
out
there in front
slab
of the grade,
part.
yep.
And there's 2 where they meet up on the expansion joints. One of them is actually collapsed. And you can see movement. Actually, when the engine pulls out, you can see the slab settle and then rise back. And so I'm not sure if we have a failure of the subsoil, or if that's going to be I would assume it's a failure of the subsoil because it's rebounding. Mm-hmm. So it's probably something we're going to have cut out, excavated, and repacked, I'm assuming. So I don't anticipate a cheap repair.
It's not going to be one of those Ocean guys, right, that pump foam in?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But I'm not the engineer, so I'm hoping the engineer will come up with a better solution.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
13.2, discuss, consider, and take any action on freestanding bait fans for 4 stations.
Commissioners, we have separate requests for these at the different stations. These stations that we're asking these for do not have fixed fans in place. It's extremely hot this time of year. They're trying to get stuff done in the bays, and they need some cooling. So this is for 3 drum fans and 1 pedestal fan. The pedestal fan will be used to dry bunker gear, air dry bunker gear.
Make the motion that we'd authorize purchase of 4 fans from Uline at a cost of $3,201.64.
Motion by Commissioner Dominy to authorize the purchase of 4 fans from Uline at a cost of $3,201.64. To have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any other question or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay, and that motion carries. 13.3, discuss and consider and take any action on repairing the bay door at Bullard Station at a cost not to exceed $2,675, and that was due to storm damage, is that right?
That is due to storm damage during the recent tornado that went through the Bullard community.
Okay.
And that is a contract vendor.
Okay.
Make the motion that we allow the overhead door system to replace the damaged door at a cost not to exceed $2,675.
Motion by Commissioner Dominy to have the overhead door systems replace the damaged door at a cost not to exceed $2,675. Have a second by Commissioner Wilson. Any other question or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay, and that motion carries. All right. Discuss, consider, and take any action on purchasing new FRC pressure governor controller for Chapel Hill Engine 136 at a cost of $3,895.22.
Commissioners, all I can tell you about this is it's a needed product, and it has failed on that engine and must be replaced.
Make the motion that we approve the purchase of the pressure governor controller at cost $3,895.22.
And a motion by Commissioner Dominy to replace the pressure governor, a second by Commissioner Wilson. Is there any other question or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay, and that motion carries. Discuss, consider, and take any action on moving generator at Winona Station 3 at a cost not to exceed $2,595.
Commissioners, so this is the station that we recently remodeled to provide staff in there. After the staff has moved in, we've become aware of a reoccurring issue when the generator runs. We're getting high CO levels inside the building. We contacted the generator service company. They came out and looked at it and recommended that we actually move this back a little further away from the building, as well as turn the generator 180 degrees so the exhaust is facing away from the building. So we just asked that we go ahead and take care of that.
Okay.
This is a contracted vendor, and it's actually going to use 2 contracted vendors. Our contracted vendor for the move of the generator itself, and then a separate contracted vendor for the plumbing, gas lines.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
So made.
Motion by Commissioner Dominy to approve the cost of $2,595, or not to exceed $2,595 to relocate the generator at Winona Station 3. Have a second by Commissioner Wilson. Is there any other question or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay, and that motion carries. 13.6, discuss and consider taking any action on the repair and equipping of an apparatus due to an accident dating back to 2022 at the cost of $139,295.14.
Okay, Commissioners, this started actually before I was overseeing support services. This was a vehicle that was wrecked. It's been in the shop for over 2 years at this point. It's finally ready to come back to us. We have to issue payment to SIDS Martin directly for their invoice amount of $277,075.24. However, we've already received insurance proceeds exceeding that amount. There was no deductible on this, and that's mainly because we were defined not at fault. In addition, during the time that this unit was out of service, we've changed our graphics. So we have to redo the graphics on this unit, as well as all of its equipment and supplies that were on it came off of the unit before it was sent to repair because we didn't think we were actually going to get this engine back. During that time frame, all of its parts and supplies have been distributed to different units as things have broken and come out of service. We pulled that from inventory first. So in order to get this unit back into service, we'll have an additional cost of $132,878.07. That brings the total cost of this unit to $414,953.31. But we received $244,557.33 between fiscal year 22-23 and 21-22, I believe. And then we've got the additional insurance payment of $37,517.91 this fiscal year. So what we're asking for is approval to move forward with paying the invoice to SIDS Martin, purchasing the needed equipment to return this unit to service, and transferring funds from the prior fiscal years. Those funds would have went to the general fund. We need to move those from the general fund to the capital apparatus fund in order to pay for this item. We also need to go ahead and complete the graphics, and then we would want to do a budget amendment. That would be a second motion to complete a budget amendment to allow us to increase the budget out of the capital fund $239,557.33. I'd like to point two more things out. One is this is being done under project code, so we'll be able to show all of this on a final statement. But two, when we issue POs in order to get the funding request on the agenda, we issue POs for all of these items. And so the financial statements that we looked at earlier showed fleet to be $300,000 or so over budget. $277,000 of that is this repair cost that if we do it through fund accounting and we take it out of the capital fund will disappear. So that will drop our negative amount in fleet.
Right.
So I know that's a lot to take in. I'll be happy to answer any questions as best as I can.
So we got one conflicting number in here. So actually in the introductory, it talks about a cost of $139,294, but our return to service cost is $132,878. Is that correct?
The return to service cost is $132,878.07. Yes, sir.
Okay. But, and then it also states that's the value being requested, $132,878.
It is the true cost to the district. The $132,000, the rest is just pass through. So we've received insurance proceeds minus the repair
Just make
cost.
sure when we make the motion that we're doing the correct amount, $132,000, not the $139,000.
That is correct, $132,000.
Okay.
Let me look at the funding request. Yes. I'm looking at the funding request just to confirm that. Yes, it should be $132,000.
Okay.
We'll still need the approval to pay the SIDS Martin
Right.
invoice in addition to that
Okay.
amount.
I just want to make sure that we
Yes, sir.
I wasn't
Yeah.
leaving 7,000 out.
And make
Okay.
sure we got the right numbers in there.
Yep.
So there's two approvals.
Right. Mhm. Okay, so I'll do two different motions for this line item then. The first is to approve the invoice payment of $277,075.24 to SIDS Martin, and to fund $132,878.07 to equip and outfit the apparatus. And that was the first one.
Okay. A motion by Commissioner Domney to approve the $132,878.07 to re-equip the unit and also to pay the $277,075.24 to SIDS Martin for the repair. Have a second. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Is there any other question or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And that motion carries. Motion number two.
Motion number two is the board approves the amendment to increase our budget for fiscal year 23 and 2024 from the capital apparatus fund by $239,557.33.
Commissioner, if I may, we would also need authorization to complete the fund transfer from the general operating fund.
Okay. So that one in conjunction with the transfer from the general operating fund?
So did you make that in your last motion?
Not that the authorize of the staff to complete the fund
Transfer.
was not part of the first one.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what you're looking for, is that? part
Yes,
of
we
it?
would need authorization. That would be coming from the unallocated fund balance.
Okay, so we need to retract the last motion, and then I'll restate it.
Restate your motion.
Yeah. So we'll approve the invoice for the payment of $277,075.24 to Sidney Martin and $132,878.07 to equip and outfit the apparatus and authorize staff to complete the fund transfer from general accounting fund.
Okay. Have a motion by Commissioner Dominy, and I'm not gonna repeat all that since it's already on record. Have a second?
I'll second.
Have a second by Commissioner Wilson. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay, and that motion carries. Okay,
So back to the second motion, which is to approve an amendment to increase the budget for the fiscal year 23-24 capital apparatus fund by $239,557.33.
have a motion by Commissioner Dominy to amend the capital budget by $277,557.37. Is that right?
239,557.33.
Okay, all right. That number.
Yes, $239,557.33.
Yeah, okay. Have a second by Commissioner Wilson. Any other discussion or question? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay, and that motion carries. That was a crazy one. 13.7.
21.
Discuss and consider and take any action on repairing the roof at Dixie Station 2.
Commissioners, that Station 1 is, that Station 2, we do not own that station. However, it has a significant leak between the two buildings and was starting to show signs of roof degradation throughout. It was a recommendation of both roof contractors to go ahead and get this roof replaced. We're asking to go ahead and complete it with a silicone roof system, the same that we did at Admin. We've had good luck out of those in the past. They're both 10-year warranties, and the evaluation tabulation is in front of you.
That funding request is also within budget.
Yes, sir.
And that's for $23,128?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll make the motion that we contract Cables Roofing to install a silicone roof system over the entire roof at Dixie 2 for $23,128.
Motion by Commissioner Dominy. We have Cables Roofing repair the roof at Dixie Station 2 at a cost not to exceed $23,128. Do you have a second? Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any other question or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. And that motion carries. 13.8, discuss, well, there it went, I knew to do it. Discuss and consider any action on purchasing 6 new tires for Bullard Brush 156 at a cost of $2,497.70.
All right, Commissioners, the last time these tires were replaced was back in 2020. The tires have about 32,000 miles on them, and the treads are thin and need to be replaced. This is a contracted vendor.
Okay.
Make the motion to purchase 6 new tires for Bullard Brush 156 from Southern Tire Mart at a cost of $2,497.70.
A motion by Commissioner Dominy to purchase 6 new tires for Bullard Brush 156 at a cost of $2,497.70. Have a second by Commissioner Wilson. Any other question or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay, and that motion carries. All right, discuss, consider, and take any action on removing attenuator from Red Springs, 122, BL 122, and installing equipment on ARP engine 242 at a cost of $14,880.
Commissioners, this is to move the traffic management attenuator. It's the Scorpion unit that folds down and absorbs the impact of a wreck. They're especially important for our operations team up on the interstate. We're having consistent breakdowns on blocker 122. This is the old open cab Flint engine, and it has seen its better days, constantly out of service. And so the recommendation is to take ARP engine 242, which is slated for decommissioning, and refit the traffic mounted attenuator over to ARP engine 242. And then I think subsequently in your agenda, you'll see a request to auction off the old engine.
Is that part of this one?
No, it'd be another one.
Another one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, this is just to do
All right.
the attenuator.
I'll entertain a motion for that item.
Sorry about that. Okay. Make the motion to authorize staff to contract Gulf Highway Equipment to remove camera system, TMA, controllers for Red Springs BL 122 and install that equipment on ARP E242 at a cost of $14,880.
A motion by Commissioner Domney to do the work on the truck at a cost of $14,880. Have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any other question or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay, and that motion carries. Okay. All right. Chief of Operations report.
Commissioners, you have my report. I am pleased that this evening we didn't have a more significant injury that occurred last night. It turns out after traveling to the hospital late last night, only minor injuries, treat and release kind of condition. So I don't know if you've had an opportunity to see the video, but it's extremely alarming, and our firefighters are continuing to be at great risk on the roadway. I spent this afternoon with two different news reports talking about the slow down and move over and try to protect our public safety, firefighters, police officers, paramedics on the side of the road that are working these accident scenes. It continues to be one of the greatest risks that we face is on the roadways, especially late at night on blind curves and things like 850 was last night. So I'm extremely grateful that we didn't have a much worse outcome. It is very alarming when you watch the video. Pleased to report that we're starting to see some of the equipment that we were able to purchase last year, the approvals that you provided in spring of last year. The Tahoe fleet has arrived, and fleet has worked diligently trying to get radios moved over and get equipment transferred. And we're seeing most of those. A little correction in my report, I indicate that they're all in service. There's one that's still lagging behind, but not for any other reason than just getting the equipment moved over to it. So it'll be in service in short order. If you follow along on any of the Siddons Martin in production on the website link, I've provided in Friday reports, those apparatus are making great progress. All three of them are nearing completion. We're making travel arrangements for the first week in August to go and do final inspections and bring the apparatus home. That'll be three of the pumpers. Those are the ones that you purchased before my arrival. So we're glad to see that those will finally get here and get in service. We need them desperately. A reserve pumper fleet is quite lean, and we're excited to see those get here and go to work for us. One of them will serve in Winona, one of them will serve in White House. In Noonday, the Noonday pumper will be recycled to a different station. So we've got good planning for all of those and where they'll go. The fourth one, as you know, we purchased earlier this budget cycle. That will be produced not in Wisconsin but in Florida. They're shifting some of those in overload out of the Florida plant, but we're still excited about that one. It'll be a sister truck to the one that's at Red Springs. So we're excited about where that's going and the progress that's happening. Today, we were able to get recruiting off the ground, and we were planning on doing that last week, and several things occurred that kind of consumed our time, but recruiting is underway, both open positions for firefighter and lieutenant. Those lieutenant positions we anticipate will need to be recruited from both inside existing staff as well as outside. We'll let those compete in a recruiting effort. We've promoted extensively over the last several years, and we're really just trying to meet the needs of the organization of our Smith County, and trying to keep up with that in terms of development and promotional needs that exist within the organization. So that recruiting is underway. We'll reach a little further tomorrow and share that in a greater way in social media and other outlets. Getting that up on the Texas Commission website and be able to circulate that across the state of Texas with some of the other agencies. I do have a volunteer report in there where we activity level related to our volunteers, one of which has provided lots of service to the county. I've been able to operate out of Dixie, Station 72, providing us with tankers and brush trucks to the scene and support our operation in the Dixie area. So we're doing good with that. One of them is serving as chaplain. I've leaned on him heavily. As you might know, we've had a few that are struggling and some mental health issues, and that's pervasive in the fire service. Right now we're seeing lots of struggles in that regard, and so I would ask you to continue to keep our firefighters in your thoughts and prayers that are really struggling with both personal and professional trauma and things that they're going through on a personal note. The auction is underway. You approved that a few meetings ago. It's well underway now. The auction site is up. We're seeing the bids continue to come along. That will close towards the end of the month. What in a subsequent item for you tonight is expanding that auction, and what I'm really anticipating and kind of casting before you is that we'll continue to take our oldest age pieces of the fleet out, especially as we bring the new apparatus in, continue to get lean, efficient, and effective with our fleet, and making sure that we're right sizing it to the needs of the organization. So we'll continue on that work with your approval, even expanding it tonight. They won't actually add it to that exact auction. They'll just kind of continue on the backside. So I'm envisioning that we would just do that from month to month. We would just continue to surplus the equipment that we no longer have a specific need for. So more on that in a moment. A lot of service provider contract compliance. We continue to work on that in terms of audit and certification. We've completed the first wave of the account renewals that requires that the members provide us with their driver's license. We're able to identify them. We're able to run them through the system as needed and make sure that we're accountable to the extent possible with the current systems that are in place. With that, there's several other things. Those are the highlights that I have before you. There's some safety reports there that we continue to work on and go through, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
So, on your safety reports, do you have a closeout on any of those, looking at 511 and 611?
We really do. You know, there's some practices that had to be adjusted, so some one-on-one counseling on behaviors and how we address those expectations of how we operate on emergency scenes.
Okay.
That 611 really sticks out at me, that would happen.
Yeah. Have y'all determined that, it says allegedly, but have you determined that it was physically disabled, the seatbelt?
All right, so I don't have a closeout on that one. That one just came through.
Okay,
so I do not have a closeout on that one. The 511 I have a closeout on, and some of the others, but I'll come back to you with a closeout on that. So I take that very serious. There are nice reports and case studies that are related to that, and I don't take that lightly.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. 14.2, discuss, consider, and take any necessary action on expanding Smith County ESD2 volunteer program.
Commissioners, you have before you our agenda item summary. As we initiated this earlier this calendar year, we began to take on members that wanted to volunteer directly for the district. That was a new condition for us. That was also related to contracts back in January. The departments that are no longer with us were listed there, and we took on some members that had an appetite to come and continue to volunteer. One of those I just spoke of a moment ago in Dixie. So that has continued to where we're at. There is an appetite. I continue to receive questions from those that would consider coming and volunteering directly for the district. We have held true to the conditions that were placed on the original approval. So we have not expanded that. We haven't actively recruited, but I think that we're missing an opportunity now for those that have a servant heart and want to volunteer directly for the district and expand that program to allow them to operate not only in a specific area, but be able to operate district-wide on our behalf. So there, for example, one of the things that we need are additional tankers coming to the scene, and so there's capacity for expansion in those that would be able to certify, develop, and operate our tanker equipment as a vulnerability for us throughout the county. In high wildfire danger, and brush trucks that could be staffed, and additional in storm operations. So I would ask before you, the request is to review and consider expanding that offering of volunteering directly for Smith County ESD number 2.
So right now, there's nothing that prevents a volunteer in one district from going across and serving wherever. You know, you serve with the VFD, and I think I'll use Chief Peterson as a great example. I mean, he essentially just goes anywhere that he's needed. So that's not really the reason behind it. Is it more of the desire of the individuals to volunteer directly for the ESD?
There have been some that have expressed direct desire to just be able to volunteer directly for the ESD and not have to be with a specific VFD.
May I make a comment? When I spoke to Commissioner Thornton about the pre-board meeting brief, he was under the understanding that we already had the permission to do this. He was not aware that there had been any limits placed on this.
Okay.
So that was his understanding.
Got it.
So, my feeling is, why reinvent the wheel? Why don't we recruit and try to get more people in our volunteer partners that are already there? They can go wherever they want to or whatever. Now, that's just my opinion. And these guys are going to fall under the same standards, if not higher standards, than what we put on our volunteers.
I mean, the volunteers will be the same both ways. I mean,
Right.
there's no difference in them whether they volunteer for us or a VFD
Yeah.
or service providers, but
Yeah.
without a doubt, they all got to hold up to the same standards.
Right. The only difference is that the district itself would be responsible for all the insurance, all the training costs, because they couldn't apply for any of the 2604 grants or any of that. So I'd like to see what that cost would be to the district, and I'd like to see your plan on how you're gonna do it. I think we talked about that Friday. I'd like to see a plan and a projected cost before I do it.
Commissioners, we already are doing it. We already are utilizing them and are operating on our behalf. So it's already, the condition's already in place. It's whether or not there's an appetite from you as a commissioner to expand that and be able to serve district-wide. Those that have a servant heart that may have separated from a VFD may still want to volunteer for Smith County and for their neighbors. They might want to serve in their neighborhood. They may want to serve on their behalf. So, you know, whether or not we're really already doing it.
Yeah.
That's the point.
So, and I'll take on to what Commissioner Brown said, that if you could actually sit down and look at and just look at it on a 10-person rotation. If we
Okay.
had 10 volunteers directly for the ESD, what that would potentially result in, based on historical data, how much we're able to get from training exercise, no reimbursement, what would the actual potential cost be to, you know, for each 10 people that were to come to work volunteer directly for the district?
Okay.
And I think also it's merit in stating that, you know, we looked at looking at a 60 to 90 day, and I'll call it cool-off period. So we didn't want anybody that was, for whatever reason, disgruntled or unhappy or whatever to want to, you know, do it, to come over to the, you know, make the change. If you're really serious about volunteering for the district, whether you be with the VFD or the ESD, we want those people that truly are dedicated to the service, not just out of spite or whatever may drive people. Just give them that little bit of cool-off period, I think would be great.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we table this item until Chief Greaser can come back with the estimated potential cost.
Have a motion by Commissioner Domney to table this till we come back with a cost and a plan on this. Have a second. Second by Commissioner Wilson. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay, and that motion carries. All right. Just get us the information, Chief.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Discuss, consider, and take any necessary action on surplus of vehicles and equipment. You want to speak on that, or is Larry going to speak on it, or who?
Yeah, this is just a continuation of the auction I spoke of a moment ago. This is some of our oldest pieces of the fleet that we'd be decommissioning in that. There are a few of the oldest pieces of equipment that are on. If you look at that in your report, a 2016 Chevrolet. It was prior Battalion 1 and Captain 1, 2002 Ford. It's the oldest Excursion that's in the fleet of 2002. A 1985 Ford. It was one of the older blockers that you've approved the attenuator move over tonight. A 1986 Bauer SCBA compressor that's up at Red Spring Station 1. It's already been renewed. So we'll be able to put all of that into the next wave of the auction with your consideration and approval tonight.
Okay.
So do we think we're better off doing monthly increments versus quarterly or semi-annual? Here's my concern is that you have the same one coming out from Smith County over and over and over again. Actually, you get a little bit of stagnation in the people that's looking versus something that comes out on a quarterly basis.
That could
maybe.
certainly happen. What we found is just a lot of equipment that's stacked up that we feel like we're catching up here. So it may not be a monthly continuation, it might be an approval from you, and then we schedule it out in quarterly like what you're talking about.
Okay.
We'll watch that closely.
Yeah, we don't want a whole bunch of stuff just sitting out there either. I agree with you there. Right. Okay, I'll make the motion that we approve the decommissioning of the listed assets and allow staff to proceed with auction.
Okay. Have a motion by Commissioner Domney to proceed with the decommissioning and the auction of the surplus vehicles and equipment. Have a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any other discussion or question? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay, and that motion carries. Item 15, discuss, consider, and take any necessary action on the fire chiefs discussing issues with the board for future action. Chief Arnold.
Good evening, Chief Arnold.
Hit me, you only got a few more times to do it.
Am I going somewhere?
I actually printed my report off tonight. I had Brad do this before I come up. And looks like our certification progress is getting there. I do have one question for you. My bookkeeper has been listed as inactive and has no access. I will have to get with somebody and y'all tell me who I need to talk to get that rectified, because she's gonna have to get on and do our books. So,
Is
I'll
she
get with you
listed
after
under
we do it.
administrative personnel?
do what?
She's administrative personnel, I mean, that's just your bookkeeper, right?
Yeah, she's just a bookkeeper. She just needs to be able to get on the computer and be able to get in and out the building. And for some reason, she's always showed up on my fire report, and I guess everybody's does that, but I don't know. And let's see. Yeah, I didn't see any anomalies on the report. I did have a question, and I can probably catch Larry after this. Let's see, I've already done that one. Okay. One of my latest cadets went through the academy. He's got all of his certs are already entered in there. He went up to get his stuff, but because I hadn't written a letter, he didn't get his bunker gear. Now, since we're going to this new process, do you still need my permission if he has his certifications? Okay. If you'll pass the word on down, and I'll go ahead and send Tim an email so he'll know. But with this new process, I don't see a need in us reinventing the wheel. Other than that, I'm good.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chief
Thank
Long.
you, Chief.
Chief Riley?
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good, how are you? Not a whole lot to report since the last meeting, but pretty good amount of activity. I think I could see that also based on our paper call stipend that had gone up significantly since the last quarter, which to me speaks to more activity, higher response, but also higher levels of certification that we're getting folks into. Still working through navigating 3 new members that we brought on, and then some growing pains of that we've boosted up the roster quite a bit to the point where now we're officer light, and so now working to identify our potential up-and-coming officers that we can groom and put through the required certifications to get them set up for success in meeting our needs. But lots of good training that's occurring between our volunteers and our day crew. We did some ladder training, and also firefighter Snow put on a great Mayday training last week, and I think they went nearly 2 hours long in gear, helping simulating Mayday drills with each other. And then we also hosted a TEACS instructor in district where we put on a rope class at the local high school. But other than that, I don't have anything else unless you have any questions for me.
So, Chief Riley, I will mention too that before you actually came in, there were 3 public speakers that came in and talked about the, I say lack of information, lack of understanding of your department and the function and the roles that you have with the volunteer versus the daytime staff we have. Be happy to pass on their names, and if you have the opportunity, just sit down and discuss with them the qualifications of the personnel out there, both day staff and the people that are rostered out there. Give them a little bit more ease of mind of the services being provided out there. I think it would be very beneficial.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
When the meeting's over, if you'll see me, I'll give you their names and contact information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Chapel Hill, Chief Peterson.
We've been busy, as always, out there, especially with the 4th of July. We've done 4 areas. We did from the American Legion in our area, from the Boulders to Bethel Baptist Church right by our school. We helped them with fireworks, and also in Lake Tyler. So we kind of helped out with community service and all the fireworks. We were busy. Also, we had 3 members with the SFMA conference and got some training there, come back with good information. And then we had 4 members went to TEACS training just last week or a couple weeks ago and come back with some good information on what we had there as well. Also, we did our own training at our station, which we had our day crew. I appreciate them helping us out pretty good. They help us a lot in training as well. We did our PPE on some of the new guys and also some chainsaw, how to operate chainsaw correctly for all this bad water coming in. I've got 2 guys that actually took the class in Tarrant County, so they're up on that part. And we're also still working 3 new members, trying to get the process of them getting on with the department as well, as they're making our meeting and stuff as well. And on top of that, we got a few guys now, we've been working the weekends. I got guys staying at the station during the weekends now, so we can help out on that as well.
Chief Pearson, I will say that, I'm a numbers person and I look at ratios and your no volunteer response ratio is, only the second lowest, number 2 out of all. And wanted to commend you first and thank you as well for all the services you guys are providing to us out there. We really appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you. Flint Gresham. Tate?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I know Chief Stone had surgery and he's been released just well enough to go back to work and supervise, and his company sent him into exile into Oklahoma, so he said he's back on the reservation for a while. So, and I say that with all joking. If you don't know, Chief Stone is Native American, so that's where he's from. So Flint Gresham's got 2 new members. One has already achieved their sport certification and is currently working on wildland. One is in the pipeline, and we need to follow up, kind of see where she is. I'll get with Hunter and figure out where we are there. She is already certified, so that's going to be a good asset for us. We had 5 personnel attend the TEAC school and take various classes, and I attended as an instructor. We also had 1 individual complete EMT, and he is awaiting National Registry training, and we had 1 complete their paramedic and pass National Registry. We currently have 4 personnel that are getting ready to start Instructor 1, 4 currently enrolled in Firefighter 1, and that's all I've got as far as training goes. We had multiple events July 4th. As you know, we have one of the longest running July 4th parades in Smith County. It's held in Knollwood. This year we kind of saw a change with the passing of the torch. The lady that has headed it up since the very beginning passed the torch to a young couple there in the neighborhood. And so they're going to continue that tradition. So next year will be year 31 for that. We also helped White House with several things, and we attended the fireworks show at the South Spring Baptist Church. If you haven't had an opportunity to go out there with us on that, go. We work with the city of Tyler on that. They run command because that's actually in the city, and we provide additional brush trucks. Some of our newer members were there, and they got to see what happens when a 6-inch shell only makes it 5 feet out of the tube and explodes. So a couple of them took off running, and the rest of us stood still, and I said, watch the guys up there. If the guys shooting it aren't running, we're not running. So it was fun. So that's all I've got. Any questions?
I don't think so.
But I will say that out of that ratio, you guys have the highest performing out of all of them, number of volunteers making calls. Thank y'all very much. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Appreciate it. All right. Noonday, I think Chief Harper's probably on shift. Is
He
anybody
is.
here for them? No, okay. Troop? No, Chief Marber's out of the country, so he sent Dustin.
Commissioners, everything I have is included in your packets, so I'll just forego going over everything with you guys and answer your questions. I've been out for a little bit myself on some medical leave, so I'm not real privy with everything that's going on. I will say that we've implemented a new training program in our department. After 11 years, they finally discovered that I have an instructor certificate. I couldn't hide it anymore. So they've added me to the training roster with all of our volunteers. We're going down the list slowly but steadily, trying to get everybody in line where they need to be to the ESD2 standards. If there are any questions, I'll take them.
Getting any new applicants that you know of?
We have had a few. They've come in, they've started to go through the process, and they have left because for various reasons, not all to my knowledge, they've left because it's taken too long or there have been some sort of complications along the way. I don't know everything there, but we've had 2 or 3 that have walked out
Okay.
due to the process.
All right.
So we don't have anybody new at the moment.
Thank you. White House. Cindy, how are you? All right.
So like you said, y'all have the report. Just going over things that we've done here lately. We did have 5 that went to TEEX, or sorry, 4 that went to TEEX, doing different classes there. One of us went to the SFFMA conference. We have 3 that just received new certifications through SFFMA. We have 6 that are now in the Firefighter 1 course. And like Keith said, we've also helped with, we had several over the 4th of July parades, fireworks, and work conjointly with Chapel Hill, Flint, you know, all the different departments working together to get those taken care of adequately. We've had 1 new member that has joined, fully certified, so he's already on. Actually, he's in Houston right now during military training, so as soon as he gets back, he'll be picking up where he left off. We have another one that is recently joined. I think she's 90%. You know, I think she's got EVOC is the last thing she needs for her support staff. And then another new one. He's actually a senior at White House. He's going to, already 18. He's going to join when he gets back on the 23rd from church camp. So we do have several new ones that we've got here recently that's going to help bring us back together. So that's all I have.
Y'all also had the boat out 4th of July weekend on the lake.
We
right?
did. Several days we had it out, and all the Labor Day, we try to get it out just for visual and help the, you know, PD and game warden and things like that out there.
I thought I saw it out there, so I know that y'all, the department usually takes it out on the holiday weekends.
Yes,
so
sir.
We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay?
Chief Greaser, I noticed in your report that under certified active members, that White House shows 0. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we received a correction of 1 that was an error from that. So there is 1 correction to that. There was 1.
So on their report, they show 11 members, and we have 11 personnel, but we only have 1 that is active certified out of that?
Under the standards of the contract, and the 20% rule and the service hours provided, that is correct. Only 1.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, Cindy, thank you. Went on to Chief Allen.
Been a pretty busy month for Winona. We have, I believe 3 in the EMR class that are nearing completion now. I've had 3 go through the instructor course at Kilgore College that have successfully completed the Kilgore College awaiting certification through SFFMA. I've got 1 new volunteer. She is, I think, EVOC waiting to be support certified and waiting on application processing and drug testing. So, any questions?
She's just waiting on an EVOC course.
Yeah, she's already completed the other stuff, and I believe the background check's waiting to come back and the drug testing through the administration.
Is there an EVOC course scheduled anywhere close?
I believe in August. So as soon as her application is processed, she gets that done, she's support certified, ready to rock and roll.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All right, item 16 will be closed session. The board will convene in closed session in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074. No action shall be taken while the board is in closed session. Any final action, final decision, or final vote shall be taken after the board reconvenes in open session. 16.1, deliberation concerning appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, and responsibilities of individual ESD officers, commissioners, and employees. Deliberation regarding real property, and consult with attorney and receive legal advice concerning contemplated legal matter or settlement offer. And we are in closed session at 7:49. Turn your mic back on. Call regular session back to order at 9:14. And under item 17, there's no action to be taken, so we'll move on to 18. Remarks by presiding officer and/or board members, information updates, items to be placed on future agendas and future meeting dates, times, and/or locations. Brent, do you have anything?
No, sir, I don't have anything. Thank you.
Charles? Okay, I don't have anything. Just want to thank you guys for the good job y'all are doing. Keep up the good work. Continue to move forward. Take care of one another. And with that, we are adjourned at 9:14.